Hello. We are streaming. So I was on the fence today. I had tweeted out yesterday that I was going to stream, but today I also felt I woke up feeling tired as usual, and I was like, man, I kind of just want to play Terraria today because I've been playing a lot of Terraria in my off time as opposed to doing anything productive. So it was like, what if we do both? So we're going to play Terraria today. I think we'll start a new game, as opposed to playing any of my previous predisposed games. So we will create a new player and a new world specifically for the stream. I think that'll be good. I usually play as a dude, so let's play as a girl this time. This is fine. Hair. Mohawk is good. That gives a lot of coverage. I usually like to design my characters in like the same way every time because there's a particular color palette I like. I like to give them like blue hair, green skin, a red shirt. Hold on, I feel like my game's lagging a little bit. Sorry if I feel a little groggy. If I seem a little groggy, I woke up a little bit. Oh, there's a heart on this shirt. That's cute. Well, we won't be able to see it because we're going to make the undershirt red as well. And we're going to make the pants yellow. Come on now, move with me here. This is another one of those games that makes me glad I spent like a good $1,000 on a really advanced graphics card so I could play games like Terraria on it. And then I like to make the shoes green so it gives the implication that I'm just barefoot. There, I will call this one what would be a funny name to see here? What would be a good name for this? I think like good. Because I'm thinking ahead here, right? Because every time you die in this game, you'll get a message at the bottom of the screen that says like, oh, your character was killed in this way. So I'm thinking like, what would be a funny thing to put here to be like, oh, this character was run over by a train or something like that, right? Well, we should just do the old classic. Your mom. Okay, so your mom, we will play, and I have my personal worlds that I've been playing in my off time, but we're going to create a new world for the stream, I think, rather than go on a predisposed world, because I've already made progress on those two worlds, and rather than start, you know, ahead of time, we should make one for the stream, I think. We'll call this stream world, so I'll remember it. And we'll put in for the stream peg hooker as the seed. We'll set it for medium. I found that medium is good for single player worlds because it gives you enough space to work with but isn't so large that it's overbearing. Small I've found is like, it's okay for single player experiences, but sometimes you just don't get enough space and like there isn't necessarily enough resources, particularly in the end game, and sometimes the corruption or the crimson will spread over a biome really quickly, and you'll suddenly be without that biome, and that can be difficult. So I think medium's kind of good. I'm not gonna play on expert or master. I don't think I couldn't beat expert, but I'm gonna be real with you. I've never beaten this game. I've gotten extremely close. I've like gotten to the final boss of this game and then just never beaten it because it was pretty difficult. And then I think I just lost interest at some point. So we're going to play on classic because I think I've stated this before. My general philosophy when it comes to stream is like I want to play the game in a way that feels challenging, but I also don't want to waste people's time by like spending 10 years playing the game. So I think I will play on classic, both because it's like the general difficulty. I generally play on like the medium or standard difficulty when I can, and also because yeah, I don't want the stream to last the general streams or however long, because I'm assuming that this is going to take quite a bit anyway. I don't want it to take forever. I'm going to go for corruption because the previous world that I was playing on was crimson. Oof. So I'm playing a lot of this in my spare time, which is pretty much all the time because I don't have anything to do. Okie doke. Am I lagging right now? That's a good question. I don't know. When I used to play this on my PC, this game would have like significant slowdown issues. But I'm wondering if that's like the effect of like my old laptop, or if that was like an in-game problem. Well, anyway. The first thing to do is going to be to set up NPC housing. Generally, I think I'm going to, for the purpose of this stream, expedite NPC housing to be rather simple. Sometimes when I play it in a single-player experience, I like to make it overly elaborate. Like, in my single-player experience, I had a lot of themed housing. Like, I put the merchant in, a house that was literally a giant dollar sign. Maybe I can show that at some point. But like I can show my other worlds where I put people in themed housing. It's not as good as it sounds. These are not very well constructed buildings, but they are kind of like elaborate in a sense. But I think for the purposes of this stream, I will largely keep the houses simple, so we can just get the houses up and get the NPCs in here. The nice thing about housing in Terraria is that it does not need to be complicated, but it does need to be there. Okay. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so each house needs a door, chair, and a table. That's like the bare minimum, I think. It also needs walls and a light source. That is the important bit. Now, I don't have a lot of that because we're just starting out and I haven't killed a lot of slimes yet. But I assure you there will come a time where I will have like 1,000 torches at all times. And man, will that be annoying. Housing. Get in there, Zach. Now, it is indeed tempting to make the apartment mega complex, where you shove every NPC into one big mega apartment complex in one area of the map. And that's what you initially did when this game first came out. You put everybody in one part of the map, but I think, like... but I think the devs ultimately wanted you to put the NPCs in different parts of the map, because NPCs have this thing called happiness preferences, which determines the price of the goods they sell and how they feel about certain NPCs and stuff like that. And I think the devs realized that players were just shoving all their NPCs into one place for convenience, and they were like, well, we don't want to do that. We don't want them to do that. We want them to actually use the system we put in the game. So they created a system that involves pylons, which allows you to teleport to different biomes around the map. And we'll be able to see the effects of that later. But for now, what I'm trying to get at here is that we will not be creating the apartment mega complex for all of our NPCs in one area of the map. But we will be creating a couple of houses here. I anticipate we're going to have about 4 NPCs living in this forest area. And the forest will probably also be our general base of operations. It's usually good to have the guide nearby, where the forest usually always ends up being your base of operations, unless you purposefully choose to put it somewhere else. I remember one time I weirdly was stubborn about like moving all of the NPCs to the coast. I was like, I want to have a pirate playthrough. I want to move all my NPCs to the coast for some reason. So I put all of them on a pirate ship. That was kind of fun. It made boss fights a little weird, because the camera would just suddenly stop mid-boss fight. That's how it went. But anyway, I'm going to construct a long sort of area here, and I'm going to use this as my general kind of area in which I do things. And I'm going to keep the guide close by because, along with him and the wiki, which I'm going to be pulling up intermittently, because there's no way I'm going to be be able to remember all the stuff I need to do in this game. I'm going to need his help constantly to learn how to use crafting recipes and stuff like that. It's good to have him around. So what to do next? I could build another house. That's always an option. I'll build like one other house. Okay, it's like we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So, these houses are a little dystopian. And that's, you know, it's fine. The NPCs are usually not too picky about their actual living conditions as long as you put them in the right biome and next to people they like. Okay. I'm going to put some platforms here so I can actually get around this place. Until 1.4, I just always used those vertical prison cell houses. Well, that was the thing, right? Like, vertical prison cell houses were the meta. Like, you know, there wasn't really a huge incentive to do anything differently until they added the pylon system to change it, I think. I added some platforms on the side there so I can actually get around this house. I don't have a whole lot of mobility items, so I can't just jump around them naturally. Okay. So let's craft some basic weapons in the meantime. I'm going to dump one of these workbenches. Inventory management in this game is a nightmare. It's one of our first tasks is going to be to steal every chest that we can find to create a complex organization system. Because even though I have a ton of inventory spaces, I'm going to use them up pretty quickly. Wood armor is not very good, but it is better than nothing. Wood fishing pole, it's also not very good, but it's better than nothing. Okay. Well, I've got torches, I've got pretty much everything. We will pick a direction and go into it. I think that, like, inventory management is one of the more difficult parts of this game, for sure. Landed. Like, it's pretty hard. it's like, the amount of items that you pick up makes playing the game very difficult. I've never played Terraria modded, even though I've been playing this game for years, because, for one thing, they keep adding stuff to the vanilla game, and for another thing, I don't know, I'm a very simple person who gets, you know, I'm a very simple person who, like, oftentimes will see, like, very basic vanilla Terraria stuff and be like, I don't know what's happening. Did I bork myself? Okay, well. Oh no. Well. What core did I set this character to? I guess we're gonna find out. Your mom drowned. Okay, well, it looks like I set them to the normal and just drop money on death. That's fine. That's typically how I play the game. Like, I find that dropping items on death in this game is kind of more of an inconvenience than it is like an actual challenge. It's sort of like, oh, you dropped your items on death, now you gotta go back and get them. It's more tedious than it is fun. Nice. So, note to self. There's a big old wet cavern down there. Ooh, desert to the left. This is a bit of a new experience for me because I don't usually play this game with the sound on. Or rather, I don't play with the music on. I usually play it with like a podcast running or like a YouTube video in the background or like a, you know, something else in the background. I'm not used to hearing the music. This is a small desert. Oh dear. Alright. Alright, I guess we'll just wait here. There was cacti in this desert, but not enough to really make any useful tools, I think. I could maybe get a pickaxe out of it, but it's not like I could get armor. I'm kind of looking for a cavern I can jump into, because in the beginning it's easier to go through caverns than it is to dig a hole straight down. There is a cavern right here, but it kind of seems like it's a bit of a death trap. So I want to find something a bit easier to access. And hopefully something kind of close to home. Man, oh, this'll do. Let's see where this leads. A regular pothead. Anyway, I think that, well, I remember, I'm old enough to remember when Terraria was first, like, coming out. I was so proud. But, and I remember when Terraria was coming out, it kind of was like initially labeled as a bit of a Minecraft clone, like a 2D Minecraft, as it were. And like I think like it's really, it has very clearly managed to evolve past that. Like it's Minecraft is very much more about like constructing things with the various blocks that they give you, and it does have like combat things in it. But I feel like Terraria has very much turned more into like an item-based progression RPG with boss fights and like particular builds, and like it has construction in it, but the focus is a lot more on like the fighting and the like, I don't know, a bunch on the combat and the building your character and stuff like that. It is very clearly evolved into a much different game, and I think it is very much outgrown its initial stereotyping as like a Minecraft clone, I think. And now it is rightfully gained its reputation as the game will not die. The amount of times I've heard Terraria being like, "This is the last update, guys." No, guys, we swear this one's the last update. No, really. This is the last update. We swear, guys. We're done with the game. Like, yeah, okay, Relogic. We'll see you next week. Man, is the corruption that close? Alright. I'm beginning to think that this wooden sword isn't too adequate as a weapon right now. That was my favorite gag in Skyrim. Like, if you had the Hearthstone DLC where you could build your own house, you could get wooden swords for your kids, right? And you could enchant those wooden swords to be like really stupid powerful. And there's like something innately comical about like going up to a dragon and killing it with like a wooden toy sword, because it's like enchanted with like 5,000 fire damage or something. Man, the corruption really is just right there, isn't it? I'm gonna have to erect a wall or something to prevent them from spreading. I need some stone for a furnace and probably some arrows. That's not good. I guess there is some level of convenience for it. I'm not gonna have to travel super far to get to corruption, but it's also not gonna have to travel far to get to me. I can't see anything. Wow, that's a quarter of my health. Alright. I don't think it's okay to be here. I have some rope. Ooh. Which means I can probably hang myself now and save myself the effort. Oh my goodness. This thing's gonna kill me. Okay. I'm not dead yet. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Let's erase some of this. I believe the usefulness of walls in terms of stopping the corruption has been significantly nerfed. In early versions of this game, it used to be pretty much 100% effective, but now corruption is very vivacious. It spreads very much all over the place. So, corruption and crimson, respectively. So it's kind of hard to prevent. Also, it's hard to prevent when you cannot damage any of these people. I can't get them to go away. For instance, if I need these people to stop spawning so I can actually place blocks down, well, that's gonna be hard. If I can't kill them faster than they spawn. Like, I'm waiting for a moment when they're all dead so I can, like, place wood down, but they're all just here. All the time. Okay. That wasn't the right button? Okay. I don't think that's going to help stop the spread too much, but it could slow it a little bit. At least until I can defeat a boss and get purity power. Purity powder. I've never seen the corruption spawn this close to spawn before. Okay. Hold on a second. Get out of here. Alright. Where's my rope? I'm at the end of it. Okay. I have found that preventing the spread of the grass helps a lot. Alright, that'll have to do. I didn't get a lot out of that, but I did get some stuff. Hopefully I got enough stone to work with. Enough for a furnace, rather. That's good. Wonder what kind of combat build I should go for this game. Usually I go for like a ranged or melee build, and by melee build I mean like yo-yos. So, maybe I should do something different, like a summoner or a mage, respectively. That might be good. But for the time being, we'll have to kind of settle for what we can get our hands on.
is Ralph living? That's fine. Alright, you ready for some antithetical to Minecraft action? We're gonna dig straight down. Commence the elevator. It's gonna be a long road.
It's a big investment initially, the elevator, but it eventually becomes worth it.
When did I... Oh, I have a bomb. Okay. I guess that explains it. Well, in that case, I should probably build another house. Because we don't have any vacant houses left. Now, the demolitionist, if I remember correctly, actually likes living underground. So once I reach the... Or rather, he likes living in caverns, which is distinct from the underground layer. So... That's a golden rabbit. And... Which means we need to build a house for him under the earth. Oh, I can't afford that at all. I'm gonna buy a butt ton of rope for the elevator. Where did the golden rabbit go? What is going on with my stream right now? That's weird. Alright. There must have been a lag spike or something. I need to check my OBS or something like that, right? I might keep an eye on it. It seems like the stream is jumping a little bit, dropping a couple frames here and there. Might be because my mom is watching something in the other room. She's homesick because she has COVID. I'm a little concerned about catching it myself. So I've been trying to keep my distance. Oh right, I was gonna make another house. You know, we both kinda... She works from home most of the time, so she's... I guess she's not homesick, but she's like, she's not working is what I mean. Hold on. So it's a little weird. So yeah, we're both in a house. And one of us is sick. And one of us is... I don't know. I have a sneaking suspicion I might catch it. I'm I mean, I'm vaccinated, but I'm pretty sure she was too, so. Enjoy your identical house, whoever comes here. Okay. Resume elevating. My hope is that through this elevator we will stumble across a cavern. That Terraria has so many caverns in its auto-generation that this usually happens. It is exceedingly rare to generate it, to like you create a elevator and then not have not encounter a cavern at some point. Speaking of which, chest. Can of worms. Jaded plant of fiber corbage. I don't really need that, but I'll take it. And I will take that chest. Whoop. Okay. Now, what I like to do to help keep things more organized, because as mentioned previously, Terraria's organization system is a little jank. A little dopey, a little bad. Let's put some platforms here. We'll move the furnace and the crafting table respectively here and here. I will put the chest like right underneath the furnace. It seems good. I will start putting the ores in here. I don't need too many walls right now, but just enough to put a sign on. Wait a minute. I don't think I did this right. Yeah, I may have borked this by putting this in between these buildings. I think I need these chests to be closer. This is okay, this is fixable. Take those out. Will it fit on here? It will fit if I add more platforms. Oh no, it will not fit. What if I were to put this like here? Slightly elevated. Okay. Put this here. And where is my tin ore? It's here. Okay. Now I should be able to just open up the chest, hit the crafting window, and then dump it in from there. And I can just reach in from the chest while I'm still standing at the furnace. And that should be that. probably need some signposts. I'll go up here. Sign. I'll put this as ores, bars, and gemstones. This will tell me what's in this chest here. And I'm gonna put a whole bunch of chests along this line for various junk. That should help. We'll need more chests though. Because at this moment, we cannot afford to be spending iron or lead on chests. We need that for other materials. Later on, when iron becomes less important, we can spend that excess resources on chests. But there will also just be a lot of chests in the world that we can steal, that we can yoink. Oh, it fell down somewhere. It's interesting that they decided to implement at some point alternate ores for this game. Like each world comes with its a different set of ores. Like there are two alternate versions of the same ore. And one ore occurs naturally in each game. Like sometimes your world will spawn with iron ore and sometimes it will spawn with lead. They do the same thing, but they're aesthetically different, and it's meant to add variety to the game, I think, while technically being the same. Like, sometimes the game will spawn with tin ore, and sometimes it adds copper. Sometimes it adds gold, sometimes it adds silver, sometimes it adds platinum, etc., etc. I will commence the elevatoring a little bit later. We're going to be looking into this cave for a bit, see where it leads. Gemstones. Those will be very useful. If we get enough, we can make a hook, and that's going to significantly help our movement. Tungsten. This early in the game, any kind of ore is fair game. At a certain point, it's going to be like, I don't really want to spend time collecting this ore because it's not going to be very useful. It'll be more trouble collecting it than it will be worth. But right now, anything's fair game. Oh, I'm getting it. Okay. Shoop. until you get a hook or some alternate movement option, like a cloud in a bottle, you are very dependent on like rope or building your way out of holes in the beginning of the game. Because of this, the beginning of the game, like a lot of RPGs, can be a little slow. Oh, this is that one. It's very hard to hear because my music's turned down. But this is that whole music trap that goes like. I don't think there's anything over here. Okay. I have explored this cave area pretty thoroughly, I think. It's time to commence elevatoring. Oh shoot, that yellow slime. Yellow slime got hands, despite not having hands. Damn, yellow slime don't have hands. There's some amethyst there. Ah! Back. Did I mention I'm like 50? I wake up in the morning, my back just hurts. From having to carry Max's entire career. Anyway, okay, let's see. I don't know why I do this. I'm like, okay, let's see, as I'm digging a hole straight down. Like, what is there to let's see about this? Like, fucking... I sure am digging a hole. Like, fascinating. I wonder how this will affect the trout economy. Like... He really be deep in thought about, like, digging a hole straight down. Might run into some water here in a bit. And that might be hard. I usually run into water when making the elevator. And that usually warrants explosives. Explosives are usually the best way to deal with it. The real question being, can I afford enough explosives to deal with it properly? Good news? I found the water. Let's... If this water doesn't go so deep, I may not need to use explosives. But if it does, like, I can strategically go in and out of air pockets. But another issue is I don't have any nightsticks, so it's gonna get really dark down there very quickly. And I'm not gonna be able to see where I'm mining at all. Nah, you know what? I think we're gonna go. This is why you use rope, so you can get back up. I remember the time when Terraria did not have rope. Those were dark days. I don't have a lot of storage right now, so I'm going to sell some of my unneeded garbage. Don't need this dirt, I can tell you that much. Tungsten. Toss all that in there. I'll still have a decent amount of inventory left. $19 silver for dynamite. Are you crazy? Fine. There's some stuff in here that I could use, but I'm not. I'm going to sell it instead. Blink root I'll sell. Honestly, I could sell my copper short sword. I don't need it. Selling stuff is always a decent way to improve storage space. Just kind of figuring out, like, do I really need this? Hopefully this explosive will open a path to another cavern that this water can then leak into. If nothing else, it'll allow me to dig deeper without, you know, without drowning. Oh, I didn't find any caverns. But it did kill a jellyfish, so there's at least going to be a glow stick. Oh, am I obligated to go see it? I don't really want to go see the traveling merchant, but he might have something I'll need, like... He might have something I'll need, like, I don't know, 40 hours from now. The problem with the traveling merchant is he sells like an item. He sells like items that he exclusively sells that you might need, like, I don't know, 40 hours from now on like a random chance. So I kind of want to go see him, see if he has them. Because I don't want to be like 50 hours down the line and be like, well shit, I need this one item from him, but I don't know when he's going to show up again. Is this my solo world? Yes. I wanted to play Terraria. Well, this is a world for the stream. I've been playing Terraria in my spare time, and I was like, I want to play Terraria today, but I also want to stream. So I compromised, and I was like, okay, I will stream Terraria on a new world. Oh cool, he has stuff I can get, but I cannot reasonably afford any of it. I think it is as Nico Bellic once said, capitalism is a dirty business. I don't know why I bother. Why don't you make a world with friends and stuff? Well, you see, my friends have jobs. Reese is working, Max is making a video, Alex is asleep, Lex is also working. Those are mostly the people I play games with. And those people do not exist to satiate my content. Nor would I ask them to do that. So I'm kind of just doing what I feel like, I think. I would also agree that, you know, this game is very fun with friends, but it's just not a reality that I could contend with. Do I know what happens to his video? Yeah, I know. Like, I know that he was like, he said it didn't work out. I was like, alright. I mean, it's fine. Sometimes it doesn't happen. Like, I think personally that Max is like putting it on himself really hard. Like sometimes projects just don't work out. Like there are a lot of projects just don't work out. A lot of things fall through or just don't get finished, and that's okay. It's a kind of, I guess it's kind of a bummer that this video didn't pull through, I guess, but like at the same time, if he feels like it wouldn't make a satisfactory product or whatever, or a satisfactory video, then and that's important to him. And that's important to him. And I don't know, I'd rather have that than like him pumping out another piece of like dried out content or something like that. Even though, like, he does it, you know, for the money. Like, I don't know. In my opinion, all of his content feels, like, bad. But, like, that's my opinion. Like, I like Max as a friend, but I don't like his, videos very much. They're not my thing. It all feels like visual noise to me. I think I've made that, like, explicit on the Discord. But, like, I also think that, like, you know, I do think he works hard. And I think he doesn't need to be so, like, I do think he does work hard. And I do think that, like, he does care. At least a little bit about his videos. I think he wouldn't be this upset if he legitimately didn't care. I think he cares about them being good. Like, even if his actual motivations are, like, monetary based, he still thinks that, like, in order to have them be profitable, they need to be of quality. Like, I don't know. I think that, like, if Max and I were to legitimately work together on something, he and I would have creative differences about, like, I don't know what you would call it, artistic ethics? That's a weird way to put it. And, like, the way we would go about doing things. But I don't think he's, like... I don't think, like, he's lacking in effort. I think he works a lot harder than I ever would. Like... I'm a very lazy person, by contrast. Got a life crystal. That means the nurse should move in soon. There's also a trap right here. No, if we're right on top of it, it shouldn't hurt us. I'll just click on it and make it go away. Platinum. That's pretty good. Right around here.
I don't really know what my main critique of Max's videos would be. Um, and I feel okay talking about this because like Max and I are friends, and like I don't think I've brought up a lot of this stuff to him to his face, and I don't think like this would be like considered talking about it to behind his back, and also like he could watch the stream if he wanted to. Like I'm pretty sure he knows. Like it's like in terms of like his videos, like I'm maybe just like an old person at heart, where like fast-paced videos are just not my thing. I feel like I'm like getting old, and I think that like the funny memetics are just like not really funny anymore for me. I'm not really in tune with the kids. I don't really get the funny memes. For me, it very much feels like a lot of times I'm watching. I feel like I kind of almost feel like I'm watching a 20-minute compilation of Vines, or a 20-minute TikTok compilation or something. Like, I feel like I'm watching a lot of visual fluff that looks very pretty, but I don't really know what I'm getting out of it. Like, it's all well and good, and sometimes the jokes are funny, but I also don't really know what I've watched after it's ended. I don't really know what I've gained from it. It's I don't know. I as I've gotten older, I've wanted to seek media that means more to me. Like, I don't know, maybe this is like a personal thing with like my clinical depression or whatever, but I find a lot more value in things that mean more to me as a personally than like stuff that just visually stimulates. You know, I want to find media that's like, oh, I can relate to this, or I can like investigate this metaphorically and understand it as an artistic medium, rather than like just look at it and be like, well, that distracted me for 20 minutes from my own thoughts. I don't know, that kind of just doesn't do it for me anymore. I don't know how you would describe it, right? I guess there's still stuff like that. Like, Terraria, in a sense, is not like a super deep game. In a sense, like, it has complexity in its gameplay mechanics, but it's not like it's War and Peace telling a super magnificent story or anything. A lot of glow sticks. That's bad. Well, I've heard other people say that, like, it's just zoomer shit for, like, people who have low attention spans, and, like, I don't really know, because, like, I feel very conflicted about this sort of thing, right? Where, when I design my streams, they're very low-key, they're very anti what I feel like a lot of YouTube videos are now, where, like, they're very colorful, they're very bright, they're very fastly edited, because they're trying to keep the attention of everybody all at once, and I don't really know if I want that. The urge to compete, the urge to, like, fight for everybody's attention all at once, and I know that that means I'm putting myself at a disadvantage in that, like, if I'm not fighting for someone's attention, somebody will steal it from me, and I think that, like, that's okay, because I've spent so much time trying to, like, vie for people's attention to prove that I'm worth it, and it's like, I just want to be that. I think that, like, art should be about, like, making art and not, like, trying to prove that you can make the best art, or, like, that art should be about competing in art or something like that, right? I don't know, I think that, like, YouTube and Twitch and stuff like that, because of their, like, pay-per-view system, not like pay-per-view in the sense of, like, you pay to, not like television pay-per-view, but like, you get paid per view. There's like a massive incentive to compete on the creator end,
It's not like in television where actors will get paid for a contract and it doesn't matter how good the show does, sort of thing. Um, I'm just kind of tired of it. I've been on YouTube for a long time. This my channel is going to turn 10 years old in November, and I'm already 10 years old on this platform because I had a channel before that. And maybe it's just me being a little bitter that I never got anywhere, even though it's entirely my own fault because I just never did anything. But I've seen the platform grow and change, and like I've seen how like thumbnails have evolved and titles have evolved, and I guess I don't like how they all kind of look the same now because people have figured out they figured out the optimal way to make a thumbnail, they figured out the optimal way to make a title, and I don't like that. I don't like that people just don't make videos for video's sake anymore. Or if they do, they still have to play the game lest they be shut out by people who are willing to play it. And it's like, and I just feel like the system could be better, and that it's I feel like the system can be better, and that maybe the first step is to just like not play the game, as it were. Maybe the first step is to reject the optimization process, and yeah, maybe that like screws you over, but maybe that's okay. I kind of see what you're saying with that, Moonabite, about how you want to kind of like optimize your content so it can be seen by as many people as possible. And like, I feel that, and I respect it too. Like, I wouldn't consider what you're doing as like dishonest or like necessarily despisable. I think that from an outside perspective, it can be difficult to tell the intentions of like I think that like I think that's a fair assessment. That yeah, like I think that for what it's worth, a lot of content creators are not necessarily making videos the way that they do necessarily to exclusively for money purposes or for like stuff like that, but simply to optimize for a larger audience, to have their content viewed and enjoyed for as large of an audience as possible. However, I think that the difference between that and a cynical person ultimately is a little difficult to tell from an outside perspective. Because most of the thumbnails and titles look the same. That the difference between someone who is genuinely trying to make something good and something that is a cynical piece of content largely looks the same. Regrettably. Like, the thing is, like, I know that Mr. Beast is, a philanthropist. He owns, like, food banks and stuff like that. And he seems like a pretty nice guy, but everyone still memes on Mr. Beast for having, like, the funny thumbnails. Because like from the outside that's what it looks like, you know? Do you know what I mean by that? Like, and I guess I don't like that even honest content, even content that has like good intentions, ultimately has to use scumdoggery advertising tactics and really shitty optimized thumbnails and such to get ahead, and has to compete with everybody else. That I guess that ultimately the quality of the work is not allowed to speak for itself. It's more about what ultimately best suits the algorithmic tastes of YouTube's social media platform. That ultimately YouTube is not about meritocracy. It's not about what the best content comes first. It's, you know, it's what best. There's a mushroom biome here. Well, I mean, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that like Mr. Beast is going to have a lot of money when he retires or whatever. And I'll be like frank and say like I don't know a tremendous amount about Mr. Beast. I don't watch his videos. But I guess ultimately what I was trying to say is like, and I was also not like trying to like imply that Mr. Beast was like making his videos for like, and I think ultimately what I was trying to say is like more than like what I was more trying to say was like Mr. Beast may have been a bad example, but like I think what I was trying to say with that was more like even content with good intentions is still ultimately victim to the way that YouTube like the way that YouTube algorithmic structures work. Where's the trunk of this? Sapphire gem core. Like, I guess what I would say is kind of what I said earlier, like to me my main frustration comes from the idea that like I know that Max will sometimes be like, well, the thumbnail is very important and stuff like that, and I totally believe him when he says that, because like it feels like a lot of the times the thumbnail and the YouTube the title are like sometimes more important than the video itself. thing, right? I think that, like, generally speaking, that's a question that I've asked myself a lot. Like, you know, why do I choose to do this if, like, if I'm setting myself up for failure, sort of deal? And I think, like, the answer that I've come to on that is, like, I've decided that, like, you know, I think art should be for me. Like, you know, I don't know. I've thought long and hard about, like, you know, what I actually want to get out of, like, making things. And for a long time, I think it was, like, attention, or for people to view it and like it. But I think, I've kind of realized now that I don't really know if that will happen, or ever will happen. It's a long shot, and if it happens, that's nice, but I think that, like, for a long time now, I think that I kind of just want to be able to be proud of myself and the things that I've done. And I don't think that getting a lot of people to see what I've done is going to fix that. I've had my brief kisses. I appreciate you saying that, like, I could be a good creator if I gave myself a chance, but I think that, like, what my intentions are is I think that, like, is that, like, is that for me, I feel as though going in the direction in where is, like, this is not me trying to shoot myself in the foot to, like, avoid doing work or something like that. Because I've asked myself that question a lot. Like, am I just doing this to avoid having to do anything? And no, I'm avoiding doing things because I'm lazy. It's very much a sort of, like, I don't feel comfortable participating in a system that, like, is going to make me have to treat the audience in a way that is, like, insulting or, like, feels weird. I get very odd about it. I don't like it. I feel like, you know, and if that ultimately makes me irrelevant and unsuccessful, I'm okay with that. I don't think that relevancy is ever assured, and that ultimately, even if I did become famous, one day they'd forget about me anyway. For I am Ozymandias. Look at my empire and despair. They will look upon my YouTube channel 20 years from now and they will not remember my name. Whether I had 40 million subscribers or 4, they will not remember. So I think ultimately it is about being in this moment. And doing the best with what I can. I don't know. I think that you gotta do what you think is right. And right now, I don't know. I feel like I think if you stuck to your minimalist style, you could still grow, but you would have to make some changes. I'm willing to hear that out. What kind of changes would you suggest then? I don't get a chance to hear a lot of feedback because we don't get a lot of viewers around here. So what kind of things would you suggest? I'm not like fully dismissive of everything. Just most things. I don't know, chest down here. I have some recall potions. The Terraria gameplay is kind of slowed down a bit since we got on this tangent. Oh good god. This is not good. Potion. Arrows, might as well take everything. Cloud in a bottle. That's very good. That's a double jump right there. We're going to have to come back here later for when we need to recruit the truffle. Well, that's going to be much later. I need to go back home soon because these weapons are not doing enough damage to really hurt these guys at this level. Titan potion. Flare gun? Already. Oh god. Well, I guess we're going home one way. Your mom was sent to the farm by the piranha. I knew I made the right choice. Alright. Let's see here. Okay. So here's some chests. This flare gun doesn't seem very powerful. I think it's mostly used for lighting now that I think about it. Okay. Really now? A blood moon. In this part of the country, at this time of day, in this part of the country. Localized entirely in my world. There's a weird joke in the Blood Moon where every female NPC will get really angry during the blood moon, and it's supposed to be like a joke that they're all experiencing menstrual pain during the blood moon. Like, the blood moon causes period cramps, or that the blood moon is period cramps. It's an odd joke. Like, I can kind of see the connection. Well, no, I see the connection. It's pretty clear. It's just... And for what it's worth, Moonabite, I saw your suggestion. I just don't have anything to comment on about it at this time. What? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so if you talk to this NPC, the nurse, she'll be like, what is that supposed to mean? Why are you even here? If you aren't bleeding, you don't need to be here. Get out. What is that supposed to mean? All the female NPCs in the game during the blood moon, where it rains blood and stuff like that, they'll get really crabby with you. Because I guess the joke is that they're on their period. I guess. Like, the blood moon is associated with that time of the month. Except for, like, well, except for two. There's, like, the stylist who is, like, kind of implied to maybe be trans, and therefore does not have a menstrual cycle, and the princess who is implied to be underage and therefore is not menstruating yet. So they don't have angry dialogue during the blood moon. My weapons are wildly inadequate. I need better weapons. I'm going to put statues up here. No one wants to play Terraria. Well, Terraria is a bit of a long haul. Like, it's a very long game. Even if you play it kind of quickly, it's kind of long to play through. It's a time investment. Lead ore. Chuck that in there. Okay. Put in some new signs for 1, 2, 3 signs. For local chests. Edit. Potions. Chuck all these potions in there. Keep that recall potions until they find a magic mirror. Potion ingredients. Those will become important later. I don't think I have any potion ingredients right now, though. Throw a gem corn seed in there. I need more wood. will prove to be challenging. Don't mind me. Yeah, it's possible they're just not into it. I mean, like, if you're expecting it to be a Minecraft-like experience, it's not really like that. I think, like, one of the big things when this game initially released in, like, I don't know, 2012 or something. Not 2012, probably like 2011, was like, it's a Minecraft clone. It's really not. My weapons are bad. I need better weapons. Cannot have all these graves lying around. Maybe it would help if my house had a roof. Oh my... Okay, one day. One day. This is why I don't play on expert, because I'm just bad at the game. I also imagine that this is infuriating for, like, I don't know, Terraria speedrunners or just average players, because I take this game very slowly. I go at my own pace. Okay. Okay, Blood Moon's over. What a nightmare. It's going to be an important chest. Blocks. It's going to be a respective dump chest for all the junk I don't need. Alright, so we're gonna take all this stuff and leadenize it. Where'd I get so much tin from? Anyway, anvil. Very important. Dump that there. What is the highest tier of pickaxe I can make? Tungsten pickaxe? Sure. Pickaxes are very important. Much like proper enunciation. Can I make any hooks? No, I cannot. Not right now. Broadsword probably would help. workbench. That will not fit. Well, that sucks. I guess I'll figure it out later. I have to get rid of those graves, because they will spawn ghosts. When you die, you drop a grave telling you how much you suck. And if you leave those graves around for long enough, they'll start to spawn ghosts, which will attack you. Hilarious. Anyway, I got a better weapon now. I still don't have a lot of... What kind of staves and hooks can I make from these gemstones? It's pretty rough in the early game because you don't have a lot of resources. And I'm also taking it a little slow. Amethyst staff is with copper, so we can't make that. Because copper is not in this world. Gold bar, we can't make that. Diamond. You could make a magic mirror this entire time? I never knew that. I didn't know that magic mirror was a craftable item. I thought you had to find it. That's really useful to know, actually. Platinum bar, though. Noted. I can make a topaz staff. That's very good. I wonder if I have enough tin for a set of armor. That would help out a lot. Ooh, I think I have just enough. Early armor sets have no set bonus. If you wear all the same armor in a set, you will get a particular bonus for that set. But early armors don't really have a set. Well, they do have a set bonus, but it's usually pretty flimsy. Like this set bonus is you get 2 extra defense, and that's it. Other ones are more... Other set bonuses are a lot more eventful. I still have rope. Okay. Should actually be pretty close to the caverns by now. And since I'm out of housing for most of the NPCs, that means it should be about time to make a house for demolitionist in the underground. I'm about to dig right into a spider den. Is that who I think it is? Hold on a sec, I'm out of mana. Cool, thanks. That's the stylist, which means, we can get our hair trimmed now. Not every NPC in this game is necessarily the most useful, but they do exist. Also means I need to find a home for the stylist. Can't believe it. Our town has 5 citizens, and one of them is homeless, which means that we have a 20% homelessness rate in our town. Am I a citizen? If I count myself as a citizenship, we can reduce that down to a 1/6 homelessness rate. A hook? Nice. Hooks are a nice way to get around in this game. They're like grappling hooks. They let you swing around. If you can actually land them, you can get places faster. And you can also travel vertical distances a lot easier. We're still going to be using rope for the elevator for convenience purposes. Can I land them? Usually. I can usually land my hook shots. Alright, I have some dynamite. This will make a big hole. Giggity. I need to get out of the mushroom biome before I build a house for the demolitionist. You son of a bitch. Alright. I know that the stylist likes to live on the ocean, which is fine. There are benefits to having her by the ocean. Well, I love to say fucking... It's one of my favorite bits. I love saying, like, something that sounds vaguely suggestive and then say giggity. Be like, because, like, I love saying things that are not even remotely sexual and then saying giggity. Like, it's one of my favorite bits. snail, snail, Elden Ring boss, snail. Okay, this ought to be near the cavern layer. The next time I hit another cavern, I'll build the house there. Yeah, this'll do it. This staff is good, but I don't have a lot of mana right now, so I can't use it for very long before I run out. I can get more though, and I will need more if I'm going to do a mage build. Why am I killing the poor little snail? Because he is aggressive. He will attack me. You guys okay over here? You guys okay in the punishment hole? Giggity? I completely forgot what I was doing. One, two, buckle my shoe. 3, 4. House. That's what it was. Okay. Stone bricks. I will make a stone house for the demolitionist in the underground. I don't think I have enough wood, so I will collect some briefly. The ADHD is real. I'm sorry. I was thinking about the mating hole and I got distracted. Anyway, there's an incentive to put NPCs in the biomes that they like, because that means it'll eventually give you access to teleport to said biomes later. Under a special set of circumstances. Hope he enjoys his prison housing. Can I not replace this wall? Question mark. Man, this is gonna be some weird and obtuse, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's only gonna let me place a wall if I start from the beginning. Really went up to me and said, "Rattle 'em, boys." Get out of here, bonehead. Okay, now I'm gonna head for the coast, wherever that ends up being. Weirdly, it looks like my wall is working. Let's go to the west. The east, he means, because that's where... Well, I have no reason to believe that the coast is going to be any closer on that side, but I've arbitrarily decided that this is where I'm going to go. The exodus to the coast is kind of a inevitability. You will eventually have to go left or right, east or west, because there are certain biomes that you will have to eventually explore and find. You will eventually find both coasts of this map in search of something. Now, looks like there's corruption over here. Oh, fun. Now, generally speaking, chest? What's in it? Wow, garbage. Alright, I can't see. I'm 40 feet above the ground. And everything wants to kill me. Sounds like New York, am I right, brothers? Is this a living tree? I got corrupted. Oh, this is a living tree. And there should be stuff at the bottom of this. I don't think you can actually corrupt this. This living tree. Living trees are like a miniature biome. They have their own little things going on in them. They have their own furniture types and such and such. They're interesting. I'm gonna die out here before I even get to the coast. Oh, hey, it's the jungle. That doesn't overwhelm me with joy either, because the jungle is also very dangerous. Like, I've left the corruption and gone someplace that is not anywhere any more safe than the corruption. I'm glad that we found the jungle, because I would have had to come here. I'm going to have to come here a lot of times. But jungle is a quintessential part of this game. 8 damage. That's not as good as what I have. So I'll just throw it out and yoink the chest. As you can see, my inventory is already full. Like, why would I need to come here multiple times? Because the underground jungle is filled with a lot of interesting things. And there are a lot of resources in the jungle that are of much use. There's also a lot of NPCs that like to live here, for some reason. I presume because of its low-tax environment. Okay. This boomerang isn't too bad. Living in the Congo, my favorite. Oh, this is serious. Everyone in Uganda knows Kung Fu. Oh no. Yeah, Get out, get out, get out, get out. Never come back. That's a goblin scout right there. And that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing to see. Not at my level. Or not at my stage of item progression. How far along in the map I am? I am I'm pretty far out, so I should be able to be I should be at the coast soon. With any luck, we should meet somebody there. This is a small coast. I might have to build on the water or something. Ah, well. Who do I want to meet in the ocean? This guy. This is the fishing NPC. Weirdly, fishing is like not quintessential. It's not required for this game, but boy does it help. Every game is improved by the fishing minigame. I need a better axe. How much money do I have? Not enough for a pylon. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to take a long trek back to the ocean at some point. Every game is improved by a fishing minigame. Even if Cruelty Squad had the worst fishing imaginable, I'm sure it'd improve the game. I watched Max play Cruelty Squad and I was like, yeah. You know, I honestly didn't really get the whole thing where it's like, this game is so trippy, and I looked at it and it was like, it looks like a first-person shooter made in Roblox. I was like, you know, I didn't really think it was that visually impairing, all things considered. Maybe I'm just like so used to seeing like YouTube videos that are so oversaturated that I looked at Cruelty Squad and I was like, yeah, that seems normal. Like, I don't know. Like, but honestly, maybe it was just overhyped or something like that. Like, I looked at it and I was like, nah, I see it. No, I can tell what's going on. Like, I don't see what's so incomprehensible about this. Like, well, like, I saw some of the story in the NPCs as well, and I was like, this just feels like Postal again. It's like, and I don't know, Postal just felt kind of edgy. Postal didn't feel very substantive, it just felt kind of edgy. I guess that's not invalid or anything. But I don't know, it just kind of felt like, man, I don't know. What I told Max when I was watching it with him was like, this kind of just feels like the Ultra Kill Blood is Cum thing. It's like, blood is cum. Well, I think I'm being a bit dismissive of both Ultra Kill and Cruelty Squad when I say the like blood is cum thing, but I don't know. I'm very, I don't know, I'm very tired of like weird apocalypse narratives. where it's like, oh man, it's a post-futuristic apocalypse narrative where blood fuels machines and like everything's all cyberpunk and disco cyberpunk and oversaturated and colorful and corporations rule the world and fucking everything's bloody and gory and isn't it horrific? And it's like, yeah, whatever, man. Yeah, whatever, man. I don't know. I'm just kind of over it at this point. Yeah, I think that's probably fair. Like, I think maybe looking at these games from an outside perspective and not playing them has, like, altered my perception a little bit. Palmwood. Where is it? I definitely have it on me. Palmwood. Okay. So, I need to make 2 houses here. One for the stylist and one for the angler. I mean, okay. I mean, like, that came off as a lot more dismissive than I thought it was. Um, in the sense that, like, I've heard that people like both of those games. I haven't tried them personally because I don't know if they'd actually be for me. I'm not really a person who's like super on the whole boomer shooter kind of thing. I don't really know if it's something I'd actually like that much. I like first person shooters fine, but I don't necessarily know if I'm like super into the old style of first person shooters or whatever. It's not bad per se, I just think it's like, I don't know. Again, I think that like my perception of like those games is very much a little memey. Like I think like and it's very much skewed by me not playing them, and largely comes from the proliferation of it from the internet. I will fully concede that my interpretation is probably not the best. Like I don't have a deep and complex understanding of the game, of either of these games. I only know what I've seen from like the 30 minutes of watching Max play Cruelty Squad. And I was like, yeah, it's kind of what I expected, for what it's worth. Man, this guy's really trying to get into his house. Well, long story short, I'll like consider it. I'll consider giving it a try. It's like I don't know. Again, it's very weird for me because like it's just not a genre that I'm. It's just not a genre I'm super like well versed into. Like of the first person shooters I play, I guess what I would say is like I don't man, I don't play as many first person shooters as I used to. No, man, I feel it. I didn't mean to like imply that like Ultra Kill or Cruelty Squad were bad games or anything like that. Like I said, I don't think they're invalid or anything like that. I just mean that like I guess my whole deal is like I'm a little inherently, I guess I have a bias against like cyberpunk-esque storylines, post-apocalyptic future-esque storylines. I generally am not like super into like more future and space age style games in general. And I also don't especially like apocalypse narratives because I feel like a lot of times they go from like introspective into being a little fan fiction edgy. It's like which is where my kind of like, oh, blood is cum, the flesh is meat sort of thing comes from. It kind of comes from like this weird kind of like this desire to sound deep, but like ultimately coming off as more juvenile than anything else. And I think that like a fair amount of boomer shooters were a little bit like that. It's like it very much is in an attempt to be more mature, ultimately comes across as like this very weird kind of anti-mature sort of thing. Like, I don't know, Doom is a little bit like that, in the sense that, like, Doom is mature in the sense that there's a lot of violence, but the actual story is like a cool space marine goes to hell and fights demons, and it's like, alright, it's like, that's fine, it's fun, but, you know, it's, like, it's only mature in the sense that kids are not allowed to watch it. It's not mature in the sense that, like, you need to like have a mature understanding to read it and into it, I think. In short, blood is cum. Huh? Meat is flesh. Still do not have enough money for a pylon, and that's a yeah, I guess so. If the yeah, I feel it. 8 gold, 90 silver. Oh boy. I really can't afford that, huh? Well. Well, I also don't mind if a game is like... Well, I don't mind if like if the game is a little edgy or whatever. Like, I guess what I would say is I don't mind if a game is edgy or whatever. Either. But I just don't want, like, that edge to override or become distracting to what the game is actually trying to convey. You know? I am trusting your word that Cruelty Squad and Ultra Kill have, like, interesting and compelling narratives. But I think it would be a problem, and I'm not saying this is the case, but it would be a problem if like the humor or like the edginess of the narrative ended up being like so ironic, so irreverent that it ended up kind of making the narrative of the game kind of hard to take seriously. Again, that may not be the case though. In that particular case, it may be able to balance it well. They are, because they need to properly portray the world. I mean, what happened to the sex hole people? I mean, like, one of them's in that house, and one of them I banished to the caverns, so he's not here anymore. Well, I think even if you have a dark scenario for a game, though, you can always make it goofy if you wanted to. Like, Lux. How about this? For this chest, we will put in equipment. So what kind of stuff can I throw in there? Sorry, completely phased out again. Alright, there's some stuff I need to sell to the merchant. I don't need these shuriken. The wand of sparking, I don't think is very good, if I remember correctly. The living loom is not something I directly need right now, so I'm going to move it up a peg. Like, I understand, like, the main concept of Ultra Kill is having, like, a dark scenario, a dark post-apocalyptic scenario where you're, like, a robot who destroyed all of humanity, and now you're trying to, like, kill all of hell. But, like, isn't there something, like, intrinsically a little silly about, like, a robot descending to hell? Like, hell also being, like, a real place that you descend to. Like, you're going to go, like, you're a robot. Like, you're a cool robot who goes to fight demons in hell. And also the game has butt plug support. Like, you know, like, a little bit. like, it's dark, but it's, like, it's also a little silly. Like, it's a little over the top. Like, the living loom here. I suspect I will not need that for some time. Potion ingredients. Throw that in here. Well, I'm sure Ultra Kill does have lore. But I mean, Doom also had a Bible, and I think that, like, you know, I think that, like, it being silly and also it being, like, cool is, like, not necessarily mutually exclusive. I'm getting super distracted right now. Bombs. Bombs? Rope? You want it? It's yours, my friend. Fishing. This will become important later. Tabnet the Dye Trader. Alright, I guess we're gonna take a trip to the other half of the world to see if we can find a bigger desert. I think you might be taking games a bit too seriously. I mean, like, I'm not trying to argue that, like, Ultra Kill is bad or invalid or, like, it's dumb or something like that. Okay, maybe a little. But, like, or, like, argue that, like, anybody's bad for liking it or anything like that. I'm just saying that, like, for me personally, the particular scope of the narrative feels a little, like, silly to me. And I'm not saying that it being silly is bad. Again, I think it being silly is fine. It just means that I can't take it very seriously. And I would also agree with you that taking games too seriously isn't necessarily a good thing. But me taking a game seriously doesn't necessarily mean, like, I like to take games seriously, but I also don't have to take it seriously for me to enjoy it. Like, I don't have a problem with, what you would call, whether or not Ultra Kill is a very serious reflection of the human condition, or whether or not it's a really goofy romp, either way is fine with me. Crafting materials. Either way is really fine with me, right? Whether or not I take the game very seriously as an important work of art, or I don't take it seriously at all, it doesn't change. Like, it just kind of changes the way that one receives enjoyment out of it. It's all about the interpretation, right? And I guess ultimately for me, I don't interpret Ultra Kill to be especially serious, or Cruelty Squad to be an especially serious narrative, at least from my outside perspective. Again, I have not played these games. That could change, supposing I played them. But that does not make the interpretation that they are serious games wrong. Nor does it make the enjoyment of those games as serious works invalid. I also think that there's no right way to, like, take a game. Like, there's no, like, wrong or right way to look at a game and be like, there's no way to look at a game and be like, oh, you're taking it too seriously, or you're not taking it seriously enough. Art is meant to be looked at and interpreted, and kind of seen however you've seen it. Everybody comes at it from their own experiences, right? I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess what I would say is that for me, a person who overthinks a lot of things and has made a few short video essays, I'm more inclined to make arguments in favor of, like, the idea that the author, or, like, I'm more in favor of, like, thinking the author has a particular intent. But I don't know. In this particular case, it seems kind of silly to me. I would also agree that I think you can look at a game in whichever way you want, and that will affect your experience, but I think ultimately everyone's experience will be... Is that the protagonist of Don't Starve in a Cloud? Anyway, that will affect your experience, but I think everyone's experience will be affected simply because they're all just different people with different backgrounds and different ways of interpreting the work. My god, I've been, like, standing in this one spot for, like, 10 minutes. There are, like, 10 ladybugs over there. make a reinforced fishing pole. That being said, until I can get to... Until... $13, $15... Until I can get a pylon set up for the ocean and the forest, respectively, it's going to be hard to do jobs for the angler. It's just going to take too long to get to him. Don't judge a book by its cover. Well, I do think that there is fairness in that. I haven't played either Cruelty Squad or Ultra Kill yet. So I guess I don't really have a full grasp of what the games are really like on the whole. And I'm basing my criticisms and assumptions on a limited knowledge of those titles. So that's all I have to go off of at this time. So ultimately, I will concede that my opinions will change. Will undoubtedly change in some capacity if I were to play them. Okay. Oh god, I'm gonna have to go through the corruption again, aren't I? Alright. I don't hate them! It's just fucking... I don't hate them, I've never played them. I don't know. I don't know how they are. The big thing about like doing certain things on the channel is sort of like it's tempting to do like a video on that, because in theory it seems like those games would have like I do think that they might have interesting things to say. From what I've heard, they probably do. Both Cruelty Squad and Ultra Kill probably do have some like interesting things to say. But the big thing is like I'm not sure if those games are really up my alley, like I said. Like my big thing is like, typically speaking, I like to do video essays on... I don't like calling them video essays because that feels nerdy, but I like to do videos on like well, games I like, or games that I like playing. Because it really helps for video production if I can tolerate playing the game for more than 2 minutes, in my opinion. For instance, I had thought about doing a video on Harvester, that weird FMV game from the late 90s. Ooh, snow biome. We're gonna have to come back here later. But the problem with it is that while I think Harvester is interesting, specifically because it's perhaps one of the only games to ever argue, at least subtly, that, you know, video games might actually indeed lead to violence, real-world violence. In order to get footage for it, I would have to play Harvester, and I don't know if I'm willing to subject myself to that. Because, like, Harvester is it's an interesting game thematically, but as a title, it's very obtuse and kind of boring. So, I don't know if I'd actually want to play it. In the same regard, I'm not saying that Ultra Kill and like Cruelty Squad are necessarily bad titles. Again, I have not played them, but I don't know if they'd be up my alley because I'm just not really... I'm not into first-person shooters the way I was when I was younger. I'm getting old. And the boomer shooter genre in particular, I've just never been able to catch on to. Yeah. Um, yeah, it's sort of about like trading off for what's like what's popular and what you like want to do respectively. I don't know. It's an idea, and I don't necessarily know if it's like the worst one either, because like I don't know for certain if I would or would not like either of those games. There is a bigger desert over here. How big is the desert? Oh, it's right next to the dungeon. That's sick. Okay. So we found a desert, and we've also found the dungeon. The dungeon will be relevant later. It's not relevant right now. Having a biome this close to the dungeon is pretty useful, though. It'll let us teleport to the dungeon pretty easily, which is not always easy to do. I mean, like, I can play a hard game. Hard games can be obtuse and annoying, but I can play them. How much does the zombie arm do? 17. It's better than what I have. Can I make bricks here? I'm afraid that I can't, and that's a problem. I might have to get a furnace to make bricks, and that's... I can do it, but... I believe you need 20 of 20 stone. Okay. Okay. Hot. There's gotta be some stone around here somewhere. Looks like the boys are playing Dota right now. Well, I've also played anti-games before too. Weird obtuse titles that are a bit annoying and hard to play as well. Anything can be figured out, I think. I don't know, I found that any game can really be figured out in time. A game only has so many lines of code. Are you gonna end stream to play Dota? Probably not. Like, I played Dota for a long time. I've played Dota for over 2,000 hours, and I gradually got very tired of it. Dart traps. I gradually got very tired of it. Dota was the game that we played with friends. Like, you know, Dota was the big group game. Dota was the game we played with the boys, as it were. And what I found is that Dota is, as a game, it can be fun, but I got very tired of it because we played it a lot, and I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. Maybe it was because I was always cajoled into being support. So most of my role was placing wards. Maybe that was why I didn't have so much fun. But also, when we would lose, the team would get very heated. Personally speaking, Dota 2 taught me an invaluable lesson about achieving Zen. Because when I would lose, I actually found that my teammates would get very angry, but I would be very calm. And I'm not saying that to flex. I'm saying, like, I found it very fascinating that my teammates would be so upset about, like, losing. I guess it wouldn't be all of us. Max usually wouldn't be upset. But Reese would sometimes be upset. Alex would be very upset. Lex would be extremely upset. And this was a pretty typical thing. And it taught me the value of Zen, of, like, letting go, of, like, you know, sometimes your team is bad, sometimes your picks are bad, sometimes you get countered in the picking phase. And that's okay. It's just about the experience, about being there, and doing what you can with what you got. And that's okay. It's really about just being there with the boys. Yeah, I'm basically saying that I'm better. I am saying that I'm better than everyone. I don't know. It's just no. What I mean to say is that, like, Dota 2 on the whole was, like, I think, kind of detrimental to me as a person. I wasted a lot of time playing a game that I kind of didn't like very much. Basically out of peer pressure, because I wanted to hang out with the boys. You know, I wanted to hang out with the boys. But what I want to say is, if there was a positive from that, is that it taught me to, like, how to very much stay calm in that scenario where, like, things were rough and everyone was very upset. I was like, I found a way to retain a sense of calmness in it. I was supposed to find stone. There is no stone. And I don't want to walk all the way back home. Hi, Reese. How's it going? We were just talking about how everybody gets mad when we play Dota. We stopped playing Dota because everyone got too mad. So I don't play Dota as much as I used to anymore because it's nice to hang out with the boys, but at the same time it's like, you know, it is pretty toxic. But at the same time, I don't know, it's nice to hang out with the boys, but I feel like that's all I'm doing. I don't really find a tremendous amount of joy from playing the game proper anymore. So usually when they call for Dota, I'm like, eh. Sometimes I'll join in though, when I'm not doing anything else. But I'm streaming right now, so I'm not going to join in. It also reminds me that I really need to make sure to turn off my Steam notifications when I'm streaming. I also don't like to play games in a competitive sense. I think that playing competitive, I feel like when you play competitive, everyone kind of gets very geared towards the meta, and I've never much liked that. I like playing the game how I like to play the game, rather than having to play by a very strict set of rules, because that's how you're optimized to win, and I don't really like that. That's what I've been saying, Reese. Like, I've gotten so numb to competitive games that losing isn't frustrating anymore. You achieve zen. You achieve a sense of, like, tranquility. Like, you don't feel anything anymore. The funny thing is, though, like, we specifically do not play competitive mode in Dota 2. We play casual, unranked matches. And everyone still gets extremely upset. That's just the MOBA experience. That's the... What's the plan? What do we do next game? What's the plan? I'll tell you what the plan is next game. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. That's how you win. You don't get hit. Don't get hit in the game with auto-targeting. Okay, so I got some stone. It's a stone Luigi. I made it. Are you making a prism in the desert? I'm making a house for the dye trader, actually. I would say I do like the... I do indeed like the, tactical aspects, like, of, sort of... I would agree, I do like the sort of tactical parts of competitive games. Like, I do kind of like when Max, is like, okay, we're gonna go into this area and assault them or gank them right here, and I do kind of like when we actually do have a plan and it actually does work and it feels like, wow, we really came together as a team and did something, and we all celebrate and high five, and then we get smoke ganked and lose, and it's like, yay, we did it. Reese was a top 500. Reese was a top 500 Reaper main, and there was a time in my life when I was going to be a serious demo man main in competitive Team Fortress. And then they were like, okay guys, in sixes we have 2 scouts, 2 soldiers, a demo man, and a medic. And I'm like, that's gross. And then I never did it. If I ever played competitive Team Fortress 2, I would have played Highlander though. Highlander sounded fun. Like, okay. So this should be adequate housing for the dye trader. We won't see him for a while until we get somebody else to move in next to him. If you want to place walls easier, you can press your control key and it'll auto place in the area where your cursor is. Really? Control. Whoa! That's cracked. I never knew that. That's cracked. Okay. Now I gotta shove all of my garbage in a chest. And place it manually like a real man. Oh boy. Crafting materials, fishing, equipment, blocks. Blocks. The nerd emoji! I had to explain to one of my other friend groups the other day that I had somebody in my life who told me that I looked like the nerd emoji today. And they were like, what the fuck does that mean? Like... Forest pylon. I can't afford that yet. What difficulty are we on? We are on classic difficulty because I am a bitch. And also because I don't want this stream... if I'm going to, like, stream the complete... The entirety of this game... I don't want it to last, like, 10 years because I keep dying. You know what I mean? Like... Fishing. What's with the crying emoji? Did you see an underage child in the stream? I don't know. Every time I see the crying emoji, I always think of like that one Blue Archive stream or whatever where they're like, I see we're all united by the crying emoji today. It's like, I'm like, what the fuck? They know. Guild. Devil's Potion. Vine Rope. Do it for the vine. Don't need that. Don't need that. I'll sell that. Whatever. Okay. Back into the hellhole I go. What are you doing down here? How did you get here? My brother, how did you find yourself in this hole? Giggity. Okay, well, there's stuff I can explore in this area. However, Painter just moved in. I'll deal with that later. I got a couple of diamonds. That's pretty good. I think I can make something. I have enough diamonds to make something now. I'll defend you? From what? From Bakita slandering me. What did he do? He said that you sold crack. Why is that slander? Class you going for? Mage, I think? This time. Oh shit. I don't have a lot of mana right now, though. Also, Snail. Snail jump scare. Get this shit off me. Kyle language? Oh, I'm sorry. Get this Putenska off me. There, I said it in Spanish. Is that better? You can't be racist against snails. Yeah, sorry, I forgot about the time when slugs and snails committed war crimes against each other because they didn't like that one of them had shells and the others didn't. I don't need this flare gun, but I do need that chest, so I'm going to steal it. Terraria's storage system is so wacky that the early game consists of stealing chests. Drop that flare gun. There's platinum here. I have the feeling the Eye of Cuthulu is going to... Oh god, someone put baby in a corner. I have a feeling that the Eye of Cuthulu is going to spawn naturally before I get a chance to do it myself. That's usually actually how it works out for me. I take this game very slowly. I like to do a lot of exploring. Third trap. Emerald. You mean the Chaos Emeralds? When are you going to honk me? I don't know what I hate worse. The fact that you said it or the fact that you know. Or the fact that I know what you mean. Heel comb. Minor spelling mistake. Death. Well, sorry, Reese. It's Jover for you. What? Why not the ladder? I have no idea what you're talking about. Firstly, even if there was a ladder, hook. Secondly, why use a ladder when you have a hook? Oh. Yoink, yoink. Kyle is secretly a step ladder, waiting to be stepped on. Isn't that a joke I use with Max? Like, I am... I'll be like, hey, Max, how do you feel about us? And he was like, I love using you guys as a step ladder to my success. Or something like that. That was like a joke or something like that. A joke, comma, a joke, comma, that will, when I release the dossier, will be revealed to be true. The secret Maxor dossier. It'll be as big as the Panama Papers. I'll release it on Twitter, and they'll be like, wow, I can't believe Max secretly grooms his dog at Petco. And they'll be like, incredibly based. Snails. I can't believe they based an Elden Ring boss off of the Terraria enemy. Where's this fairy trying to lead me? Oh, to this chest, probably. You dropped this statue, King. I don't need this flare gun. There was a first time? Yeah, apparently. Apparently I've been secretly pregnant, and I just haven't known about it. It's like one of those horror movies where, like, the lady gives birth to a secret alien spawn, and it's like, you were pregnant this whole movie? Why didn't we know about it? And it's like, I didn't know about it. And it's like, alright. Like, you know how an alien, like, they're dead and then they give birth to, like, the aliens or whatever? I feel like that's what happens when I give birth on the killing floor. Now, anybody who's watching the VOD wondering, what the fuck am I talking about? Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. If you wonder, well, don't worry. If you ever wonder what happens when you let the voices win, oh, I'm suffocating in dirt. Huh. Well, I guess it's time to relocate that painter then, huh? So I should have enough diamonds to make something. Either another chain or... This could prove useful. Masterful diamond staff. That's very good. Very nice. Very schmexy. Buzz, buzz. Won't need that anymore. Also got a fair amount of tungsten, so let's see if we cannot make some armor out of that or something. In case you're wondering what I'm doing there, when you collect stars that fall from the sky, you can turn them into mana crystals, which increase your maximum mana. I will need this platinum pickaxe. What does that mean, Buzz Buzz? Oh, haven't you caught on by now? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it means. Buzz Buzz. Did I already make a cooking pot? I did. Cool. Tungsten chainmail. You guys could be speaking Esperanto for as much sense as your English is making. And paints. Do I have a crafting material? I sure do. Okay. Blocks, potions, bars. Potions. Doot, doot. You don't need signs for the chest, there is a rename option for them? What are you talking about? Okay. So anyway, we should probably get that painter to a house in the jungle. Or should we? How much money do I have? Oh, I lost a fair bit. Should probably go back to where I died then. The painter can wait. Bim, bim. Where did I die? Convince Reese to play Outlast Trials with us. Well, Reese, I heard that in Outlast Trials, you can see a dude's pee-pee. Like, a lot of dudes' pee-pees. Like, full-on nude genitalia. And I know that in the Plutoverse server, you have a dedicated area for seeing nude women. So I know that you're a fan of nude people. So maybe, if you like nude people, you'll like the Outlast Trials, because I heard that there's a lot of nudity in it. Yo, money? Money! 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 On the search for heart containers. Not dudes? Why not, Reese? You some sort of homophobe? Oh, Reese convinced Kyle to play Outlast Triangles with us. Alright. The ball's in your court then, Reese. Or rather, the balls, as in the... You know what I mean. I think you're smart enough to understand this innuendo. We did get a platinum pickaxe, which we will need later for when a meteorite falls. Notably, it says it can mine meteorite. Test 1 2, test 1 2. Hello? We are going to see... Give me a second. My... Kyle's Wi-Fi indeed did a poopy. Kyle's Wi-Fi did indeed do a poopy. Oh, crummy. I think it should be working now. That's unfortunate. I believe that sort of thing doesn't show up in the VOD very much. Except for maybe like the 30 minutes. Or the 20 seconds of me being like, hello, is this thing on? That's a major bummer. I don't know why that occurred. It seems to have just been a random outage. Whatever, we're back. And that's where I banished the demolitionist to. I think generally speaking now, the goal is going to be to continue the elevator and look for heart containers. His Wi-Fi is back. It was a temporary outage. Yeah. Every once in a while you'll get like a drop for like a minute or two. My internet is generally pretty okay. It's not as fast as I would like it to be, but it's pretty decent. Like, good enough to stream, I think. Get better Wi-Fi next time, if only. You know, Comcast runs a monopoly, so I don't have much of a choice. My internet's, like, pretty decent. What's your up speed? I think it's like close to 5,500 KB. My bitrate on my videos is about 5,000 KB. Or my streams is about 5,000 KB. It's not as high as I'd like it to be, but it's about as high as I can get it without the video skipping every 2 seconds. And even still, I think it skips sometimes. I could probably benefit from attaching an Ethernet port to the back of my PC. or an Ethernet cable. I think my router's in the other room, though. You should not be streaming it that much if you're that, huh? But the quality! I don't think it was exactly 5 megabytes up. That's just the video bitrate that I stream at. I think my upload rate is higher than that. Because I've tested this around a little bit on previous streams. Alright. You know, it occurs to me that a speed test may not be especially accurate during a live stream. So that'll be something I'll have to check later. Yeah. I can downscale the 720p, I just... I didn't want to. I wanted to be like the cool big boys with their fancy high-resolution streams. What if that's what it takes? I had tested this out earlier on other things, and it seemed like 500 KB was a bitrate that worked. Mostly, anyway. No, that may not be correct. Where am I now? I took a wrong turn at Albuquerque and now I'm here. Well. Oh, compass. While at this time the amount of people I attract is not super high on the priority list, I will admit that I guess it always is up there, but I would say that like the stream quality is something I am concerned about. I want to make sure it's watchable. Yoink. So yeah, I guess. I guess I'll look into downscaling the video a little bit. No, that's perfectly understandable. I get that if it stutters, it may deter people. Did I die here? I'm willing to like lower the video quality for the purposes of keeping the, you know, like if the bitrate is too, you know, if the bitrate is like too low for 1080p, then yeah, I'm willing to do like 720. I'd prefer not to, but I guess I would be willing to if it, you know, it would help the stream be more consistent. On previous tests with the bitrate, I found that like 500 was about as good as I could get it without the stream lagging a lot. That's a loom. I'm not seeing a lot of hard containers down here. I don't need half of this stuff, so I'm just gonna junk some of it. I will surely develop asbestos poisoning eventually. That's a pressure plate. If you or a loved one has been affected by mesothelioma, you may be entitled to financial compensation. Please call now. Me as a 5-year-old watching Cartoon Network, trying to figure out what mesothelioma is and how I can be financially compensated for it. That's very nice of you to offer to stream with me. I'll think about it, but a lot of times I play single player games. I will keep it in mind though. And I didn't mean that as like a direct dismissal either. I meant more like it's just that a lot of the games I play happen to be single player games. I've been playing a lot of single player games recently. We do play multiplayer games sometimes though. Like we do play Team Fortress 2. I can call you in when we do that next, if you'd like. Like we play Max, Reese, and I play TF2 sometimes. So I can try adding you when we do that next. Aren't I Bobo the Fool? Yeah, Reese can be particular about when and like who he wants to play with. He doesn't like just having random people randomly kind of join in his games. I think one of the times we were playing Team Fortress 2, I kind of randomly sprung 2 people he didn't know on him. I was like, hey, these guys are playing with us now, and I don't think he was expecting that, and he didn't like it. I also think that because like Reese happens to be Max's brother, he gets like a lot of random DMs from people, a lot of random friend requests from people he doesn't know, who are like trying to get to Max through him, and I think he doesn't like that very much, naturally. So I think he's a little bit wary about, like, you know, who he plays games with and stuff like that. I cannot find a heart container to save my life. I guess they're called life hearts, but I'm gonna call them heart containers because Zelda. Oh man, I guarantee you he has something I need. This man is probably carrying the win the game button or something. Need to yank out the old glow stick. Alright, ethical issue. Traveling merchant is here. Problem. Is it worth going back to the surface to go look at this guy's wares, which could be garbage? Or stay down here and look for more life hearts? More, as if I found any so far. Where is he anyway? Well, now I'm definitely not gonna go see him because he's on the other side of the map! I guess that solves that problem. Appears this part of the map is corrupted in some capacity. Yeah, this is definitely a corrupted part of the map. Sapphires? Everyone in the friend circle of Max and Reese seem really cool. They're... I don't know. I'm kind of a piece of garbage. They're also kind of like hidden members, like Lex and Connie, who are just not on the server very often. And I mean, they're nice people, but I also think that they have like short tempers. because they've been through a lot. Like, it can be really easy to make them upset. Though that might be the Dota thing again. Because a lot of the time when I talk to them, I play with Dota with them. That might, that might be a lot of the Dota setting. Because when you play Dota with somebody, it is a very high stress environment. It's very much a place where everyone is angry all the time. So that might be part of it, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it in depth. You've been the hardest person to befriend out of anyone. Yeah, because I limit my social media use. And when I say that, I don't mean like I go invisible on Discord and then spend the entire day there. I mean like, no, I actually just don't go on Discord very often. Like, I don't know. At a certain point I was like, this isn't very good for me. And decided to kind of limit how often I use Discord. I actively told Alex as a mod to be like, hey, can you actually just ban my vision from most of the channels in the Maxor server so I cannot see them, because when I look at them I get distracted easily and they're making me feel bad. So can you make it so I just can't see them? Because it's very hard for me to not look at them. And he did. And that helped a lot for me just not having to... Just not being able to see them helped a lot. In improving my mental health and just getting me to focus on other things. I'm still not like fully divorced from the internet in any capacity. I'm still stuck here forever, like Homer Simpson in the nuclear power plant. But I don't feel nearly as terrible as I did. But I do think that makes me like very distant in terms of like Discord. I don't send out DMs or anything like that. I basically type exclusively in Patron Station. Because that's one of the few channels I have access to. And then I use it pretty much exclusively to shit on Max. And tell him that he only works for the money. Because I'm jealous that he does better than me. And that he got lucky and I didn't. So, I don't know. It's just how it goes, right? Like, well, just how it goes isn't like the right way to put it. I think it's more like I don't know, I'm just a very insular person and kind of tough to reach. I very much wait for people to reach out first rather than going out and seeking people. Sacrificed his true intentions to make something out of what he had. So, in conclusion, He only cares about the money, and he hates his friends. I'm glad that we can all agree. Money, money, money. If I live longer than Max, which I won't, but if I do, I'm gonna go to his gravestone and I'm gonna I'm just gonna graffiti it to say money, money, money. And then I will be arrested. But man, it will be funny. Funny. Where the hell am I right now? No, no, no. I have some new stuff. Don't worry, it'll never happen. Because that man's going to outlive me by like 20 years. I was trying to say that I tried reaching out to you, but I think you were like very exclusive to the people you choose to interact with. Hold on, let me check. Well, you did send a friend's request, and I usually I, for what it's worth, I usually do ignore those. I usually do ignore those. And I guess that's me being like insular and weird and paranoid. You did tell me in my DMs that my server had no rules. So I did change that so that everyone could see the gif of the smiley man telling them not to masturbate. I have no doubt in my mind that you told me in VC to add you back, and I also have no doubt in my mind that I was probably like half asleep and like barely listening. Because like I don't know when people are going to get it through their head that I'm kind of a dick. Like I'm I'm sorry I ignored you. I shouldn't be like being all weird and post ironic about it. Like I'm sorry I ignored your attempt to reach out. Like it's just like not something I'm very used to. Well, okay, man. Like, I'll accept it. Like I am a little hard to get to. I think I'm a very like, I don't know, private person. Private. That's not true. That's just objectively false. But like I think that like
Uh, I think that like for me, it's very difficult to understand the intentions of people because like I think it should be apparent, but I do have autism, and I'm not like trying to say that as like an excuse or whatever, but it is something that I deal with, and for me, it's like never fully apparent the intentions of other people. Like I have a pretty good gauge of what other people mean like the majority of the time, but if somebody's like, "Hey, um, are we friends?" Is like it's never fully clear. Like the lingering guilt of whether or not your friends actually like you is something I have to deal with a lot because it's like you just can't tell, and that's kind of fun. I don't know. So I don't know. It is very weird to get a friend request, particularly on Discord, and not have it like every friend request I've ever received on Discord up until this point has not been somebody who like wants to be a friend. It's like some guy who's been a fan of Max who's been like, hey, and then they'll send me like a picture of like SpongeBob twerking or something, and they'll be like, why did you send me this? Why did you friend request me? So if like so I don't know. I know this sounds like a lot of excuses, but like I'm sorry that I ignored you. It wasn't really my intent. It's more just that like it's not something I'm used to, and I didn't know that you cared that much. If I did, I would have acted differently. I guess I kind of trivialized it because I thought it was like a passing thing, like a sort of I don't know. I thought it was like a weird mutuals thing, like a sort of passing of business cards almost, in a sense where it's like, oh hey, you're friends with Max and Reese. Oh here's my friend request. Let's hang out sometimes, and then you like pass a friend request and then not think about it ever again. So I think like, oh well, he's never gonna think about it ever again if I just ignore it. So I kind of passively accepted that like, well, if I just mm, I guess that's sort of the test for me. The difference between like somebody who's like who legitimately wants to talk and somebody who's like, oh hey, I saw you that one time. Do you want to be friends? It's like, you know what I mean? All right. Well, I mean, like you're cool with me, man. Like, you know, you're here. You've watched the stream this far, despite its bad quality. So that's gotta count for something. So you're okay in my book, I think. I should have enough for tungsten, the rest of the tungsten armor now.
also should be able to summon a boss. Not the boss we actually need, but like an optional boss. Book of Boots of Hermes is also a really good item. If we take the platinum helmet, we're gonna get like one shot at this, which is challenging, but I think we might be a little over prepared for this boss, if I'm being honest. I appreciate you wanting to help me become a better content creator. My main concern is that if I'm going to do this, I want to make sure it's on my own terms. I want to make sure that, like, this is something that I'm willing to do whether or not I have a million views or one view. That, like, the art is something that I'm willing to make for myself, and it's something that I believe and care about. Because I think that if I'm not willing to do it and I don't like it when I have no viewership, I'm gonna hate doing it if I ever do it for a living. You know what I mean? Like, I really care about art, and I think that it's important that we think about how we make it, you know? So I want to think deeply about how I make the art and how I go about producing it, even if it's just like a stupid stream or whatever. Oh, I made the wrong item. That's why it cost so much. Because it wasn't the right item. Well, now we really are going to have one cost. Try this. I guess I have a platinum helmet now. Gemcorn, topaz, sapphire, platinum, regeneration potion, that'll be useful. How about in the mechanics? I never named this. That's the mechanics chest. Drop that. Put that in there. Cobweb, that's fine. There's some things I can probably sell here. Increases knockback, consumable bow damage. I need that. Bombs? I'll keep that. Alright. Keep this on me for right now. I never produced a hammer, huh? I can get a better hammer. Tungsten hammer. Okay, I think we're gonna fight a boss. So we're actually going to summon this boss manually. And the way I'm gonna do that is I'm gonna look it up. Because I actually don't know how to do this. Because I've never actually summoned this guy manually before. I've always had them occur naturally. At a crimson altar. Okay. I need to produce some chains as well. Okay. So, we're going to go to the corruption and try to find ourselves an altar. Whoops, I forgot there was a wall there. I built. There should be a big old hole down here. Yeah, that seems about right. When we go down this hole, there should be these altars here, which lets us craft special spooky items. One of which is the slime crown. The slime crown will allow us to summon King Slime, who is the easiest boss in the game. However, he's still a boss. Well, I can't break the wall down, because the wall is what's stopping the spread of the corruption. You see, the corruption as a biome slowly spreads to other biomes in the game, and we don't want that, because it'll soon spread over here, and then the spooky monsters in that area will come over here, and that'd be bad. Furthermore, it makes living in this area uninhabitable for these NPCs. And that sucks. Okay. Can you cure it? You can. I can't do it right now, though. Also, until later in the game, it's pretty tedious. As you can see, he's a little slow moving. He's not too complicated. His attack patterns are not especially complicated. He is indeed the easiest boss in the game. My magic staff does a lot of damage, but the issue comes from the fact that I have no mana. I'm gonna take this opportunity to jump over it. Take this opportunity to jump over him. Oh my god, I wrecked myself from fall damage. Hey, I did it. This is Sam. He's the nerdy slime. He's a new NPC for the village. He doesn't do anything, but he do be kind of cute though. He just kind of hangs out. He doesn't have any practical purpose. He's just like me, honestly. He's just like me for real, for real. He's just a slime who hangs around and doesn't do anything, and he's a bit of a nerd. Oh, I got a slime hook. Is this longer than my webhook? No, it's worse. Great. Ninja Pants. Ninja Pants are good if you wanted to do a ranged build. I do not, and I'm not going to fight King Slime again to get the whole set, so ignoring that. Solidifier is funny. It lets you make blocks out of slime. Well, anyway, that boss is optional. You don't need to beat him to beat the game in any capacity. I guess in a sense, many of these bosses are optional, but they drop things that are very much necessary to beat the game. I guess what we're going to do now is construct additional pylons. So this is a pylon. As long as there are 2 NPCs nearby it, you can teleport to it. Now, earlier, I had constructed 2 houses over by the ocean, and that was very much intentional. The reason I did that was so that way I could purchase a pylon over by the ocean and construct a pylon over there. So we can teleport from our base all the way to the ocean, and we don't have to travel from here to here every single time. None of this game makes any sense to me. This game, it's very useful if you have a wiki open. It's very much a sort of game where it helps to have a wiki open in the other tab. But basically what happened was the developers of this game noticed that, like, NPCs have this thing called happiness, where if you house them in certain biomes, like the forest or the jungle or the tundra, they will be happy, or they'll like it or dislike it, and that will determine their shop prices and what kind of items they have to sell and stuff like that. And this is all well and good, but a lot of players would just not do that. A lot of players would just accept the higher prices and just put all of the NPCs in one place for convenience purposes. And the main reason for that was that nobody wanted to travel halfway across the world to go see the painter, for instance. Like, the painter likes to be in the jungle, but nobody wants to travel halfway across the world to go get paint. So what they did was they introduced the pylon system, which allows you to teleport from different biomes across the map as long as there's 2 NPCs nearby. Now, this has the added benefit of allowing you to get to NPCs faster, but also allowing you to get to that biome in general faster, which makes traversing the land a lot more convenient. Which means there is now an additional incentive to actually putting NPCs where they want to go, as opposed to shoving them into gigantic apartment complexes in the middle of the map. Speaking of which, the painter likes the jungle. So I'm going to build him a house here. I don't like being in the jungle at night. But here we are, aren't we? The painter gets a house in the swamp for Christmas? Yep, basically. Welcome to my swamp. While we're here, it would probably be good to set up another house for when another NPC shows up. As much as I hate to admit it. Because there will be other NPCs here. And we are going, like I said, very early on, we are going to have to come back to the jungle a lot, so we definitely need a pylon here. That's it. You're getting sent to the swamp realm. Miyazaki has decided that you are going to the Dark Souls swamp section. The jungle is probably, by default, the most dangerous part of the map that isn't the corruption. Like, the corruption is the default dangerous area because it's just straight filled with monsters. But the jungle is just incredibly hazardous because it also has like piranhas and man-eating plants. And bats that crawl. We truly did it. We found the heart of darkness. Oh my god. Stop. This is worse than malaria. I'm gonna be real with you. The malaria in Far Cry 2 wasn't that bad. Everyone says it was awful. It really wasn't that awful. It was a minor hindrance at best. Somebody put baby in a corner. Somebody put baby in a corner. Table. And whoever gets to live there gets to sit in the dark with a singular candle. This jungle has more bats than Dodger Stadium. I swear to God. Okay, well there are jungle huts completed. I can't see 2 feet in front of my face. Well, I got hit by something. These fairies are taking me somewhere. Okay. Ocean pylons. And now... Woo! Free teleport. Once we get some other NPCs into the world, we'll be able to teleport to a lot more places than this. Let me check my fishing supplies, because now that I can actually get to the angler, I might be able to do some of his quests. What the angler does is he gives you quests for fishing. He asks you to go fish, fish, and then he gives you stuff in return. And if you do that enough, he might give you some really useful things. Fishing is not, again, it's not integral to this game. It's not required. But it really helps if you do it. Like, it's not mandatory, but man, does it help if you do it. But I'm gonna have to wait till about daytime, though. I don't have to start the quest at daytime, it's just that there is a time limit. The quests reset at daytime. What is he doing down here? That's a crawdad. Not to be confused with craw mother. I hate this guy. That was all of my money! He knows I need that DPS like 10 years from now. I bought from him a DPS tracker. I don't need it now, and I probably won't need it for a long time, but I do need it for something much later. Like, literally end of the game later. And if I don't buy it from him now, I have no idea when he'll sell it next. Because he always comes with a random stock. Is there water in here? I guess there technically is. If I have enough platinum, I should look into making a magic mirror. I don't think I have enough right now, though. The zoologist is the resident furry. She's fine. She's better for summoners. Like, if you're choosing to do a summoner build. Which is a build that focuses on summoning minions to attack for you. We will be using minions to some extent, but we will not be focusing on them. She also gives you, like, pets and mounts later on. Right now, she's not super useful. Unless you want to have, like, a community cat or something like that. But I already spent all my money on a DPS ring, so I can't buy anything from her. She's here now, though. We're not gonna move her anywhere because she likes the forest. Instead, we're going to try and get a job from this man. Underground and caverns. Okay. So typically what he'll do is he'll send you on a fetch quest for a particular Alright. I'll see you, Moonabai. Thanks for coming to talk and such. Typically what the angler will do is he will send you on a fetch quest for a particular type of fish in a particular area of the map, and you have a day to complete it. So he told us that there was going to be this bonefish in the underground and caverns, right? And he was like, you got a day to fish this up. The reason why I didn't go to him before was pretty simple. It would have pretty much taken the entire day to go visit him, let alone get his quest. So there is no way I could have reasonably completed his quest in time if I had to go, like, across the world to do it. I appear to have attracted the ire of some individuals. Oh, I got it. You couldn't really see because I was being attacked by the bone man. Collected a lot of junk. Some fish have uses as alchemical ingredients or just being used as sort of a thing that you can cook to give you stat bonuses. But there's also some junk that you'll pick up. But you might also pick up some useful stuff too. So after you've done that, you've done your fishing dailies, as it were. You can kind of do whatever until the next day when he has something new for you. It's a bit of a routine, but once you get into the habit of it, it gets pretty easy, especially as he starts giving you better tools for fishing. Once your fishing tools get really good, doing these quests will be a lot faster and a lot easier. I feel honestly a little astonished at how little progress I've made in 4 hours. I think I've been severely distracted by talking to people in chat, and like a fair amount of other things, for what it's worth. I'll definitely have to look into downscaling the stream. There's some rubies there. I still don't have 200 health. Doot doot doot. I guess I will continue to blast my way through. This is a grassy underground. Giggity. I think when I'm done mining here, I'm gonna wrap up for today. We've been streaming for 4 hours now. Perhaps a little bit less on your end due to the internet cutout, but my voice is also getting a little sore, and I am hungry. I've had like 2 granola bars today to eat, and that's about it. Oof. That's quite a that's a spider explosion. I can't say we made a lot of progress, but I can say we started, and that's better than nothing, I think. Drop. That ought to do a fair amount of damage to this hole. Giggity. Looking at it now, I can definitely see where the stream is stopping occasionally. I think next stream I will try downscaling to 720p and see how that works. I want the streams to look as good as possible, but I don't want them to stutter either. High quality doesn't matter if you can't see what's going on every half second. That's a lot of platinum. bigger roof. No. I see you. This time at least. Well now. I bet you think you're funny, don't you? I fell for the same trick again, and I did the same thing again and got a different result. It's only insane if it doesn't work. There should be a chest in there. The best statues you can get are like star statues and heart statues. And we'll see why that is if we ever find them. Gravitation potion. That's pretty decent. Give me that chest. They're piranhas. They live in the Amazon. And also in mine shafts. Okay. They had a hook. If I didn't already have a hook, that would have been very useful. What is hitting me? Oh, it's a bat. I am a victim of assault and battery. Where are we on the map? We're about to be 6 feet under if we don't pay attention. We're still a reasonable ways down until we get to hell. Is my glow sticks. The main benefit of glow sticks over torches is that they can be thrown underwater. Otherwise, they're not especially useful compared to torches. They don't stick very well, and they're not as aesthetically pleasing. I think I can see the lava from here, though. I can see where the lava begins. Our container. Pretty much everywhere, it's gonna be hot. Nope. Well, anyway, I think we're gonna wrap up now. Thank you for coming out to the stream today. It was real nice to play Terraria. I've been enjoying playing this game in my spare time, and I enjoyed playing it today, having a nice conversation with the people in chat, as well as, you know, just taking some time to get the game started. I hope we can continue this playthrough. I hope we can continue to play this playthrough on this world in the future. Though tomorrow I think I'm gonna play Fire Emblem. Today I decided I wasn't really in the mood to play Fire Emblem, but having played this for a while, I think I'm about ready to get back into it. I like both of those games, and I think I'm gonna continue playing both of them for the foreseeable future. So until then, until tomorrow, thanks for coming out, and I'll see ya. Appreciate you for coming out.